2026 budget to the House of Legislature in the coming hours. We are live from all 16 regions with pre- and post-budget analysis, but also to come, automobile spare parts dealers at Abosokai urge government to maintain the gains made in stabilization of the Ghana cedi against major foreign currencies. This is our special coverage of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy to be delivered sometime from 2 p.m. today. We're here to bring you all the coverage, all the analysis in studio, on the ground, in the markets. My name is Nominee Amano. Let's get into that now. Now, Finance Minister Dr. Kasila Tuforsen is expected in Parliament today to present the 2026 budget. The 2 p.m. scheduled presentation will give insight into government's expenditure roadmap and allocation for some other interventions. Ahead of that presentation, spare parts dealers at Abosokai expect government to consolidate the gains made in stabilizing the Ghana cedi and further ensure the local currency appreciates against other major trading currencies on the forex market. Now, these traders, whose activities largely depend on forex exchange, are calling on government to, as a matter of urgency, reduce import charges, which consume much of their business capital.
They should help us get things at a cheaper price. The dollar, they have already told us we know the dollar is cheap now. If the dollar is cheap, that means goods and commodities should be cheap. We shouldn't go to the markets, go and buy things at expensive prices. Meanwhile, you are telling us that things are cheap.
As a finance minister, no, obey say, obey no cre, Ediamaye. Montre say, Yate, Adiwe so, Ewomra Yente so. And I know my wife, I will run my boy here for you. Because I was okay, I want to. I be better, I was say, I tell you, so I tell you so. And so, NTB also.
I had never almost so much $2. So I say, you can find them on us, send no moton, no moton. In the almost basson, but I didn't know more beside. I had $2 so near man, I didn't know no boy. So, baby, I ain't your find him. I say, in this guy, the cover 2 coin. The end your follow, baby. Into Omono Yakwa, Omontizu, and Yamanomontis on Crofoba, no Musubi beside, other than Montes, other than Montes.
Omuri budget, and I be any smooth. Maybe be any normal. Moment to name him, there be Yentimi.
Abrekuma say, now Omoji 75, and I'm say full and so the bus CDs. But it's almost already called 10 CD. Cabia be so across the 10 CD. Maybe I don't take family, said Dante, a honase. We are expecting
things to come down. The dollar has gone down, but still the prices are up. Spare parts, the prices are up. We want them down so that at least we can feel a little bit relief.
You're watching our live coverage of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy, which we expect the finance minister to present in Parliament only in a matter of hours. Now, ahead of that budget presentation, we know that some spare parts dealers and residents in the eastern region say they are expecting more initiatives that will drive infrastructural development and policies that would also support agriculture, local businesses, and improve living standards. They believe that increased investment in roads and agriculture will help unlock the region's potential.
Obi to me be a company. Now we be no afraid nipa. Na ofe nipa na wie no ento emwa be na ban de boa na ma adwuma na peja ama obi nso anya biaye. Sa ban boa individuals a na obia adwuma oyɛ no ɔhyɛ mu kena obia wie school a obenya adwuma yɛ enkoba sɛ yɛse military yɛse fire service no obia diem nika
yɛnso deɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛte fi ɔmampanin ne mpanimfoɔ ano ne sɛ budget no yɛ a ɔngye adwadifoɔ ho sɛsei no ɔmo sɛ yɛatete nneɔma so nanso nneɔma no a yɛatete so no yɛnhu hyee so akwazi sɛ wodaa public no so nti no yɛsrɛ ɔma ewie mu adwodeɛ nanso yɛmbɛgu yɛ bɔtɔ mu yɛ market yɛgye yɛba market a yɛntɔ hwee
ɛsɛ aduafoɔ no deɛ yɛakwan no ɔno ana bɛbi so bɔ so sɛ yɛakwan no nyɛ nti ama yɛtɔ tae kora hyɛ kaa se a nkyɛ biara ne tae no asɛe nti ama aduafoɔ no complain ɛfa yɛakwan no ho ɛna superpassfoɔ no so no akwan sɛ nneɛma no ɔmo kra bɛgu ɔmo store no ɔma akra ma yɛate sɛ ɛyɛ adeɛ a ɔmo akra dada abɛgu store hɔ nti gye sɛ new fair ɛsɛ aba ansa na ɔma yɛ dɛn ɔmo so mahu sɛ ɔmo tete ɔmo superpass no so nti yɛbɛsrɛ finance minister no sɛ ɔma superpass no so mmra fam.
Now, as Finance Minister Kasila Tuforsin readies to deliver the 2024 budget statement to Parliament later today, expectations are really high amongst a cross-section of the youth in the Greater Tamale metropolis. For them, the allocation of seed capital for the completion of the Tamale water project, job creation and stability of the city remain key interest areas. And we'll now cross over to Tamale and engage with Christopher Amwako, who has been gauging the expectations of residents in the Tamale metropolis. Let's go there now. Chris, talk to us. These young people want jobs?
So, Kemini, what they are saying, topmost amongst their expectations has to do with job creation. For them, the over 2 million young Ghanaians who are without employment is a major concern for them. And if this budget should outline modalities and monies made available for clearance to be issued for the youth to be given employment, it will go a long way to enhance their livelihood issues. They have been saying that most of them have completed schools over the period, no jobs for them to do. Others in the skill sector to government interventions are not reaching them. And so they want the finance minister to capture job creation in the budget. They also talk about the Tamale water project, which according to them is very, very important for them to see some seed capital being allocated for the project. They are also talking about the fact that the Women Development Bank, which the NDC government promised, they want to see it roll out so that women will have enough capital to be able to do businesses to support their families. Let's take a listen to what some of them have actually been saying.
Well, what I expect from the budget is, I expect, let's say, the North here. You know, what is our major program is jobs. So I expect that job creation will be captured in the budget. And again, our water crisis. You know, northern here, most especially Tamale, you know, we have challenges pertaining to our water issues. So I'll be expecting that the finance minister, it should be in the budget. So, well, I don't have much to say, but, well, I believe in this current government, and I believe all this I'm saying. I'm just saying it, but I believe it will be captured.
About the budget, I expect the finance minister, especially we in the northern region, our expectation in the budget is about this water project. That is just our concern. And then the army contractor. So I would love the budget, to talk about the projects that have not been completed. The budget should consider the completion of those projects, including the Salaga Hospital. and then this big push. The finance minister should get a clearance. The clearance shouldn't be a hinder or something that will disturb the development of Ghana. There should be clearance always. This budget should have clearance for any project that has been mentioned. We have heard the big push, almost about 30 billion allocated, the to move road. So the finance minister should get the clearance available. No contractor should complain about clearance or money issue. There should be money always. The budget should be able to cater for infrastructures, especially educational side. We'll be very happy if this budget, our expectations of, especially as a contractor, that is what I expect.
My name is Abdullah Al Hassan, Assemblyman for Woodshey Education Rich Electoral Area, under Sandargo Municipal Assembly. What I'm expecting from today's budget from the finance minister is that I'm expecting that he should push much money into the employment sector, because most of them, as I'm saying, much of the people are, especially the young ones, they don't have a job. So that made them to be doing something that is not good. But with their jobs, they can forget of doing the wrong things, especially robbery and so on, so that the country will move forward. But with that job, we can move forward. So I'm urging the finance minister to try as much as possible to push money inside the job sector. And moreover, the Women's Bank, finance minister should try as much as possible to initiate that program too.
Well, those are some voices from Tamale. Christopher Amwako, our Northern Region correspondent, is still here with us. Christopher, the youth are very focused on job creation. Paint us a picture of the problem of unemployment in that part of the country.
Yes, Kevin, you know very well that when we talk about unemployment, it cuts across the entire country, but majority of the youth here in the northern parts of the country remain unemployed. And most of them have gone into personal businesses, even though they have gone through the formal education, holding certificates, but no job. The skill development aspect of the job creation, most of them have ventured into it, but they are saying that they do not have enough capital to be able to expand their businesses, hence affecting employment, because they are unable to employ more people to work with them. And so they are saying that every government, when they come with their policies, programs that seeks to, as it were, create some job opportunities. And they are saying that this is an opportunity for the finance minister to capture all these in the budget. Once the city is stable, if the finance minister is able to make allocations, some monies to be put into these areas, they will be able to expand their businesses and get people into these jobs. But one worrying concern has to do with farming. You know, most of them have also gone into farming. Unfortunately, the issues of rice glut and other farm produce that are not selling, they are saying that it's a cause of worry to them. And so government should intervene through this budget, make available some monies for people to buy their farm produce. Once there is money in the system, food items will be bought and they'll be able to also get money for their livelihoods.
Also talk about the issue of water. What is the situation with water supply? We know that efforts are, in the course of the year, efforts were put together to pay attention to the problem of water shortages or water supply in the Tamale area especially. So what is the situation today?
Kemini, I must say that the situation grows from bad to worse every year. You know that the dry season is just setting in. And as we speak, if you go to the Vitin area, yesterday I was there, and I must say that around 9 p.m., unless you see students from Ghana Senior High School, Vitin Senior High School, and Dabokwa Technical Institute trooping to a dam around the Ghana Senior High School area to fetch water late in the night. You go to the other areas now, the issue is that you see a lot of tricycle operators catching in because they fetch water from one point to supply to the other areas. I must say that it's a very, very major concern for residents. Anytime the dry season is setting in, they are uncomfortable because of the water, in fact, severe water crisis that accompanies it. And I must say that it is beginning to play. I'm also a victim because my house, I buy water almost every 2 days because I don't get water flowing through my tap. And so I'm just imagining from this time till the next rainy season how much I'll be spending on water. So Kemini is a very big situation and challenging one, of course, for residents in the greater Tamale metropolis. And that is why they are admonishing the finance minister and government to capture this in the budget and ensure that money is made available for the commencement of the Tamale water project.
Christopher, talk about living the story. Now let's look at, infrastructure outside of water, right? What is the nature of infrastructure gap that the young people or the residents of Tamale and by extension, the rest of the northern region look forward to from the budget?
Yes, so when we talk about infrastructure aside water, we talk about education, we talk about health. The good news for them, what they have told me is that government has directed the various metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to ensure that a chunk of the Assembly Common Fund goes into capital projects. So they are hoping that this will bridge the infrastructural gap. But they still believe that more needs to be done. For instance, if you talk about education, you go to some tertiary institutions in the region. You talk about the Tamale Technical University. You remember the recent demonstration by the students of the school, which led to some chaotic scenes in the school. These are areas that residents want some capital projects or capital investments to be made in the area of infrastructure. You go to Bagabaga College of Education, Tamale College of Education, and other tertiary institutes. In fact, just before coming on air, one of the teachers at the Kofi Annan Vocational Training Institute at a community called Nwodua in the Kumbungu district told me that they don't have classrooms and furniture for their first year students. And so you go to the community, you see them outside. And this is a major infrastructure challenge that they want this budget and other government interventions to address.
And Christopher, I know you briefly spoke about the glut of farm produce in the northern region earlier, but let's get into the specifics of it, right? Because we know that since the rice and grain glut that occurred only about some weeks ago, the government moved for the buffer stock to buy some of these grains off of the hands of these farmers. Has that happened?
Kevin, you know the initial amount of money that government said it was going to inject into the buying of the rice was some 100 million Ghana cedis. Just yesterday or so, we read in the news that the president has directed that some 200 million Ghana cedis should be made available by the finance minister to purchase these grains. But, Kevin, if you go down to the communities, if you go to the farmers, they are saying that this is impossible because for 3 weeks now, since government even promised the 100 million injection into the buying of the rice, that has not happened. How much more the 200 million that it is talking about? And so the farmers are worried. They are saying that they have taken their destinies into their own hands. They are recording their losses because, Kemini, if you go to areas like Nasia, you go to the Yagaba Kubori areas where rice fields, people farm rice in high quantities. Last year, grains are still there. They are not getting buyers. Now, they have started harvesting and they are not getting buyers. A bag of paddy rice has gone down to as low as 250, 300 Ghana cedis, which is very, very bad for them because if you look at the markets, going to buy farm inputs like fertilizer alone, a bag is 350 Ghana cedis. And so you see the difference. If you buy, if you have like an acre of rice field, you need not less than 2 bags of fertilizer. Talk about the chemicals, the weedicides that you use, the labor that you use. And so the farmers are saying that even if the rice was buying at a reasonable price and they are able to get their investment back, it will be a good thing for them. But here's the case, prices have gone down, they are unable to break even, and even looking for farmers to buyers to buy at this low price is also a challenge. And so they want government to prioritize them. If not, they would not know where their fate will lie.
I see. Christopher, hang around with us if you can. But right now, I want to take us to where the action will be in about 90 minutes. Let's take a first look at Parliament. Christian Yale is there for us. Christian, what's the situation in Parliament now?
All right, Kemini, so right now, members of Parliament have begun to gather inside the chamber where all the action, just like you said, is going to take place. What we know right now is that once sitting begins, the House would consider the report of the appointment committee for the nomination of Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. And so that will be the first agenda. But when you look inside the chamber, really, you see MPs fraternizing, chit-chatting. It's been a while they met, and so this becomes a new day for them to reconnect after a long while. And then you know that conversation about the, LWAC military recruitment stampede is also one that in the background you hear members of Parliament talk about. But it means that today is a very big one indeed because after the approval of the nomination of Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice, would have that big one, which is the 2026 budget presentation to be done by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, which promises indeed to come with a lot of tax reforms and also a number of initiatives that government intends to embark on for the 2026 fiscal year. And so I have a number of members of Parliament who are here with me, who are going to join me for a conversation. I have with me Adam Asulemana, who is the Member of Parliament for Tai, who is here. First of all, let us get your own understanding of how the year has been for you and your expectations for the 2026 budget to be delivered by the Finance Minister.
Thank you for having me. It's been good. From all indicators, my own living standard have changed. The things that I buy from the market have reduced. The interest exchange rates have gone down. The infrastructure development have started. If you go to my district assembly, as we speak now, 2 classrooms have been constructed, one is underway, 2 child compounds are being constructed. So disbursement to district assemblies have been done, disbursement to education sector have been done, the free research is going on. It's been good. So we are expecting consolidation of what we have in 2025 going into 2026.
But you agree with me that these things that you say, your colleagues from the opposition would not agree with you. For instance, they've made a case over the period that even some of your flagship programs like 24-hour economy, you've not submitted the policy documents to Parliament for proper review and the rest of them. The argument also is that you say your living standards have improved, but it may not be the same for the ordinary Ghanaian.
Of course, I'm not talking about myself alone. I'm talking about ordinary Ghanaian too. Of course, sometimes we do politics. There are things that we will say and things that we will do. But all in all, if you want to be objective, you realize that things are better now than they used to be. I mean, the indicators are not just for nothing. Inflation is not just for nothing. The exchange rate is not just for nothing. And it's not me alone. So generally, for opposition, they will do their work. I'm not saying everything is perfect, but I'm sure that if you're able to consolidate what we have now, go into the future, I mean, Ghana will be the better place. Look at the roads that the president have. The road that he even came to meet, where finances had dried out. Look at the Ofanko Road. I mean, it's now going on as steadily. The other roads, the other artillery roads are also ongoing. So I believe that Ghana is in a better place now than we came to meet it. And it's going to be better going forward.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. And I'm sure the tax rationalization that we speak about will also be done. Having in mind what the IMF program is also about. Don't forget the IMF program.
But sorry about that. I had an earlier interaction with you that you even mentioned the fact that one thing like the DACF, the common fund allocation to MPs, should probably be reconsidered and, increased to a higher percentage to cushion the kind of work that you as MPs do, because now people see MPs to be development agents. How do you expect that to reflect in the presentation?
Yes, of course. The conversation that I had with you is going to be the start. I'm actually also putting together a statement on the need to have a constituency development fund just for the MP, so that we leave the common fund for these assemblies and have a development fund where the MPs or the community will be part of the initiation of the project and even the choice of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you for
and
having
so
me.
That has been the Member of Parliament for Tai, Adama Suleimana. Basically, he is calling for a consolidation of all the great work that they've done. But I have also with me the Member of Parliament for Mfanteman, who is here to also share his thoughts really with me. Honorable, you're live on TV3 Ghana. The budget is about to be presented. A lot of expectations. What are yours?
The expectations of mine is not different from what Ghanaians are calling for. You know, what happened last budget was just great news. So we are expecting a consolidation of what we've started to make sure that this budget is okay for Ghanaians. We are approaching Christmas, and I can assure you that there's not going to be any tough or big taxes around the necks of Ghanaians. So what we are expecting today is just great budget for Ghanaians. Yes, we have to look at the 24-hour policy that we're going to roll out. I'm expecting something in that score. You realize that His Excellency the President just launched the Nkoko Ketenkete, all that. Budget are made allocation for all that. So we're expecting that this budget is going to be a great one for you and I, the common Ghanaians, to have great Christmas upcoming. Yes, we also heard you talk about the DAC for the MPs, the expectations and demands on the MPs. MPs, yes, we are out there to make laws and all that, but we're also a development agent through our lobbying skills. So the populace are looking at us as development agent. Yes, I agree, but we have to share in and here. So we're expecting to see some sort of all-rounded great budget from our great brother, Honorable Forsen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. And so that is it. But Kemini, MPs share varied expectations, and you know that there are different perspectives, and also because they serve on different committees here and there. But I have with me the Member of Parliament for Afajato South, Frank Afriye. You are live on TV3 Ghana. I would ask the same question. You've seen a lot that your government has been able to do over the period. The minority insists that things could have been better, looking at all the promises that you had made in the run-up to the election. How do you rate your government performance and your expectation going into the 2026 fiscal year?
Yale, thank you for the opportunity. Indeed, we are a government in motion. Every important opportunity we have to rate ourselves, we rather channel it back into delivery. Look, our people concede to us when we are in private meetings about how the government is delivering. And talking about expectation, my expectation are the expectation of my constituents. Indeed, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is on record to have pushed about 80% of resources. Otherwise, that would have been kept in Accra back to the various assemblies for development. With development, we are talking about provision of water, health, educational services, and everything else. And so the verdict is out there. The jury is out on the street of Afajato South. It's not that I am in Accra and making the story. Not at all. They are excited. But you see, like Oliver Twist, we can only ask for more. And indeed, we are happy, extremely happy, that we have a president who is so committed about fiscal discipline. We are where we are today out of sheer discipline and a monitoring, prudence. And so today you realize that after years of volatility in the inflationary and other exchange rates, today the stability we are enjoying is bearing fruit. And that is our expectation that going forward, we find ways to sustain it. And we know the finance minister has got the ways, the magic one, to iron out, the sustenance that we are enjoying now. But for me, I think that youth unemployment has become such a topical issue. And that is what led to the unfortunate tragedy we had yesterday. So I expect that lot for our economy, so that we unleash job opportunities, so that we create entrepreneurs. These are very viable areas that we must invest in. Agriculture must be the way forward, so that when we eat what we grow, we can grow what we eat at the same time. And in the process, we left some for export market and then build entrepreneurs as well.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. So that has been the Member of Parliament for... When we look inside the chamber, more and more of the Members of Parliament beginning to show up, to come to, support the whole process today. And also because it happens to be that more of them are going to show up today to support the whole process. First, the approval of the Chief Justice nominee. You know that already the minority have expressed some great concerns that they feel is or other reasons Parliament should not even take the report from the appointment committee. But I would dovetail into a vote, and so you need the numbers, and for that reason you would want to expect to see all members of Parliament gather here, especially from their respective caucuses, to come to support that voting. And then after that, the budget reading itself. Honorable, I'll ask you simply, a lot has been done, a lot has been said over the period, and the expectations are high, especially for the teeming youth whom most have graduated from the universities, from the colleges of education, and do not have any jobs. We know what happened yesterday. Many, they say, are out of desperation. What are your own expectations going into the 2026 budget reading?
Thank you very much for having me on your show today. In fact, let me extend my sincere condolences to the bereaved family from yesterday's unfortunate incident. I believe that it's an opportunity for the services, especially the military, to look at the process by which these activities are conducted. And I'm grateful to the Speaker of Parliament for his direction on what should happen for such things to be forestalled in the future. But basically, today is a very interesting and a great day for Ghana. The Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance and his team are basically presenting the budget to us. I believe that we have witnessed transformational leadership as far as the finances of this country are concerned. Today, all the economic indicators are in the positive. Today, rating agencies are rating Ghana quite positively. And today, Ghanaians are beginning to feel the impact of these good economic reforms, not only as part of their life, but even in their pockets. Right down from the first budget where we saw the abolishment of the e-levy. Today, our expectations are even much higher. People are expecting that the transmission process for these positive economic trends will reflect much more than they have seen. And I think that I have so much confidence in the Minister of Finance and his team. And I believe that today, we are going to hear issues around the sustainability of these macroeconomic activities that have improved so widely these days. And I'm quite hopeful that we will hear things about the consolidation process and how we are going forward. We are going to see how the monetary policy framework is working in tandem with the fiscal. And I think that all these things will basically help this country and the economy to get to a point where Ghanaians will ultimately feel the benefit. And of course, we are looking at also the investment that will happen, that will generate growth and also create jobs for the teeming youth of this country who have greater expectations of this government.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that is it. Kems, let me try to get some reactions from the minority side as well, also because most of the time, what one would say is that you get to hear the majority side more or less like doing praise singing. And so let me try to just get some reaction from the minority side as well to get to know exactly what's the make of what it is that is going to happen. But inside the chamber, it is actually a very warm atmosphere here, and the reactions tell it all that members of Parliament are ready to more or less engage in their civic responsibilities and duties as demanded of them. But the expectations are high indeed from both sides, because as it were, members of Parliament represent their constituents, and so in all spheres of life, they would also want to see some policies that would inure to the benefit of their constituents in some general sense. And so that is it. But very soon we expect to have the speaker enter the chamber, and right after that the proceedings would begin. I want to get some reaction from the minority. I have with me, or joining me right now, Dr. Abdul Kabiru, Member of Parliament for Wale Wale, who is on the minority side. Doc, one would say that the majority most likely and more often tend to sing praises. What are your own appreciation of how this government has fared over the period and your anticipation into the 2026 budget reading?
Well, the IMF is supporting the government to the extent that we have a big brother in town holding your hand. We don't expect the child to be wayward.
What do you mean by IMF is supporting the government?
We are in the IMF Extended Credit Program. Started in 2024, the last year of the MPP government. The second year is 2025. And the last budget is the end of the IMF Extended Credit Program. So whatever achievement the government is starting, a reasonable person should go and read the IMF document to ask what were the indicators that we had set out to achieve. If the government is performing in excess of those indicators, you will give credit to the extent of those differences. If government is performing below those particular targets, then you will then know whether or not the government is performing or not performing. But I think that whatever the government is doing is within the blueprint, is within the template, is within the benchmarks that have been so determined and outlined as part of the extended credit facility program we signed on onto the IMF program. You can talk of inflation, you can talk of exchange rate, you can talk of primary balance. All those things are part of the IMF extended credit program. And to that extent, I would say that, well, we give credit to that extent possible because they have been able to, live within the program, and they could have derailed, they could have moved, they could have actually put the program into the abyss, but they stay within the program, and that is the only commendation I think we can give the government, except that the government has not done anything outside the program, the template that was bequeathed them.
But there have been talks about the city's performance, for instance, and how government intends to sustain it through the works of the Gold Board, for instance, and others. Government claims, and as it were, that they have done well over the period, and over the last 10 or 11 months that they've assumed the reins of power, they've been able to turn things around the corner to even sustain the performance and the power of the city. Isn't that the case?
Well, the city is the most variable factor that we know and we have in this country. The variability of the Ghanaian city is even seen in the last 2 days because there is now pressure on the Ghanaian city, and if you monitor the movement of the city, even as the finance minister is preparing to present the budget, the city is depreciating. That said, it is also a statement of fact that the city has seen some stability over the last 1 year, and that stability was not seen in the previous year, or the year before. That is also a statement of fact. But you have to ask yourself, at what cost do we have in that particular stability? To what extent can we continue giving the city the aphrodisiac that we are giving? And that is essentially why the Bank of Ghana came out with the circular yesterday, stating that, look, we are getting so fed up. Basically, what they say, we are getting so fed up with supporting this particular city. We are now going to let the market determine the fate of the city. That's what the basically. But the Bank of Ghana is not saying it out of volition. They know that as part of the conditionality, no one would allow you to be intervening and be supporting and be pumping hard currency to support your currency. You need your currency to perform independent of the government intervention or the central bank intervention.
All right. Thank you so much. So that has been the Member of Parliament for Wale Wale, Dr. Abdul Tia Kabiru. Right now, the Speaker of Parliament has just entered the chamber. What that means is that proceedings are going to start. And Kemini, just as I told you earlier, the first agenda on the bill is the consideration of the Appointment Committee's report for the approval of the Chief Justice nominee, Paul Bafoboni. And so that is going to be the very first item to be considered. It is the reason Parliament has decided to sit at 12 instead of the 2 p.m. that was initially communicated. And what that also means is that right after this is done and over, there should be a temporary break for MPs to regather, and then after that the budget reading would begin. Kemini, if you may, let's cross over. Prayers now, and then the proceedings will continue.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, Endow members of parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
That's our first look of Parliament. The Speaker has arrived for the session to begin. That is where the Finance Minister will be delivering government's 2026 budget statement and economic policy. But the guys with the numbers are here with me in the studio. We'll continue to show you pictures from Parliament, but we'll also tell you what the numbers look like over the last fiscal year for the NDC government. Gentlemen, I'd pick a cue from Christian. When Christian says expectations are high, what are your own?
I'm sure Michael will have a different version of what his expectations are. So will I have a different version, and then you as well will have a different version as to what the expectations are ahead of the budget presentation. But off the top of my head, I know there's supposed to be reforms of our tax, which will affect the COVID-19 levy. It's a promise that the minister gave to us, but that's what I'm looking forward to most topically out of all of what you'll be speaking to, and of course, means by which all of the gains within this first year of the NDC administration can be sustained, because it's very important that once it's sustained, the ordinary Ghanaian is the better off for it as well. And so, yeah, that's what I would say.
We'll see how all of this pans out. For me, I think the critical thing is how does this government plan to sustain the gains that have been made so far? What is the plan to take it to the next level? At least this year, we've been able to achieve the stability. But what next? Because contractors still have to be paid. We still have to do major infrastructural projects. We know that at least the ratings of the country's bonds has gone up slightly to around B- according to S&P, which means that, well, at least we can maybe cautiously go back to the capital market. But is this the right time? Those are the questions that we need to answer. And at what cost would that capital investment come at? Those are critical things we need to look at, because people are now crying, they want jobs, and to create the jobs, we need to spend. But how then, the ripple effect, how do we manage that so that it doesn't derail the gains that we've made with our single-digit inflation, exchange rate relatively stable throughout the year? Importers are happy, exporters are bleeding. What is the way forward also in increasing, for instance, export volumes, so that as a country, we are able to stabilize things? This year, we are looking, from the way things are going, the exchange rate will likely end around the 10 CD range. Right. Next year, what's the plan to escalate it? How are we going to balance the trade-off? Because remember that as all of this happens, the revenue side also takes a hit. So what's the plan? We know they've spoken about the Accelerated Export Development Program, but beyond the rhetoric, beyond the talk, what's the plan really to begin to roll this off? How are you going to finance it? What role is private sector going to play in all of that? And those are critical things that we are hoping that this budget will address, so that we are clear in our minds where we are heading now, going forward as a country.
Absolutely. Listen, you've got a tag team here in the studio and on the ground, which is where we are going now. We'll take you back to Parliament, where events have started. We'll listen in and anticipate the presentation of the budget.
The very last word is BCU. BCU per the record is supposed to be double S. Again, Speaker, on the same item, H, item 7H, the first line, the very last word should be Yibo. Ewuku Yibo, not Ayibo. So if the cluster table could delete Ayibo and put Yibo. Then 7I, the name of the constituency should be Evalu Ajomrodra. So the first word, the A should be replaced with E. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
From what he's talking about. This is a new one. So if he's talking about Honourable members, we seem to have a problem with the votes and proceedings. And so I will defer the consideration of the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 12 November 2025. We have two versions. We have, as at now, two versions. The version he's referring to is not the version that is on your tablets, and that is not what is before me. And so please, let's defer consideration of the votes and proceedings and then do it tomorrow. With that, honorable members, we move to item 9. We agreed yesterday to take this item, and so we'll start public business. At the commencement of public business, yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item 9, it is rather item 11. Item 11.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item 11 at page 3 of the order paper, Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, at conclave, we discussed how to handle this matter, and I'm going to stick to the agreement. That is what I'm going to enforce here. So the procedural motion has been moved. We now wait for a seconder. No seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. It's moved and seconded. I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the second motion, that is item Item 12 on the order paper is also at page 3 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day of October 2025, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, communicated to Parliament the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, after complying with Standing Order 217, the committee met on the 10th day. The committee met on the 10th day of November 2025 to vet the nominee of the President. Mr. Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised.
Yes, please, I cited the minority chief whip. He was on his feet. Yes, please.
Speaker, while the first deputy speaker is presenting the report, may I humbly suggest that you direct the table office to make enough copies of the report Clearly, we don't have copies. I do not have a copy. No, but we need more we need hard copies. We have only one. Speaker, don't do that. We have only one copy. Speaker, so So, Speaker, we will need more copies.
Honorable members, the minority chief whip is right. Copies are not available, and so we need copies to be distributed to all members of the House. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We now have the report loaded on our console.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, I've just been informed that it's now being uploaded into your tablets, and so that's not my information. My information is that it's now, not yesterday. Now. That's what I've been told. Honorable members, please, may I give 5 minutes for members to go through the report, and then the chair of the committee will now present the report. 5 minutes.
And so we're still coming to you live from the Chamber of Parliament, where proceeding is underway. Currently, there is a consideration of the nomination of Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice. The chairperson of the appointment committee started reading the report, as was laid yesterday on the floor. And there is a concern from the minority side that they did not have a copy of that report, which the chairperson of the appointment committee was reading. And so right now the Speaker of Parliament has given a maximum of 5 minutes for members to abreast themselves of the content or details of the report. And indeed, it is just a process, a journey to the approval of the nomination of Paul Bafuboni. Earlier, during the vetting itself, the minority had raised a concern, and over the period as well, they've sought to release a number of statements to register their displeasure at how things have happened over the period. In fact, there's been that anticipation up until now, what many expect to see from the minority side and claims of a possible walkout after they have made their point. And indeed, even before today, there's been that debate about the manner in which the voting is going to be done and whether the minority has or would have the right to even raise any concern concerning the voting, whether there should be a head count or whether there is not going to be a head count. In fact, when you check the standing orders, especially Standing Order 151, it clearly spells out how voting is done, how head count is done and all of that. And in which provision there is a clear provision there for members to call for head count, even if they did not have or did not take part in the action. And so all of those are some of the expectations or anticipation. Right now, you see the clerk to Parliament in a conversation with the minority leader, who, from what you see, is expressing some concerns. It is not clear as to what exactly that is or what they talk about. But it is expected that after the 5 minutes have elapsed and proceedings have resumed in earnest, the chairperson of the appointment committee would then proceed to read the report and then continue to make that recommendation for the approval of Justice Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice. And we cross over back to proceedings.
To the presence of visitors who are at the public gallery, in particular our students, your own sons and daughters from Beth Bara Academy. They are led by the proprietress of the academy by name Hannah Kwe. And the academy is located in the Weja Bawe constituency. There are 36 in number. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament and to this very important session of also the presentation of the budget. Honorable members, please, your own sons and daughters will be judging you. I hope and pray that you will put up the best for them to emulate. Please, you are most welcome. You may resume your seats.
Very soon that 5 minutes would have been over. Technically, you can't say it is over because we've done more than 5 minutes after that directive by the Speaker for members of Parliament to abreast themselves of the content of the appointment committee's report, that the action is just about to begin, whether or not they would sit through the approval process or likely work out per the indicators that we get, that they would seek to make their case. And you recall that yesterday the minority leader issued a 26-page statement in which he makes some strong case, citing the pending cases filed by Justice Tokono, which are at the respective courts, High Court and even the ECOWAS Court, and also seeks to reference earlier or past decisions made by some of the speakers, reference to Speaker Lajete, reference to the current First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, in instances where there were issues pending determination at the court and their directive for Parliament to stay its hand off such cases. Let's cross over now that the chairman present the committee's report to the House.
The committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right Honorable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right Honorable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that the minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment the actual vetting had not commenced and we were not voting. Right Honorable Speaker, thereafter, the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, and by the report, we can see the preliminary comments made by the nominee, his background, and the response to salient questions. Right Honorable Speaker, the nominee was asked questions such as the perceived nomination by the president as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions, restoration of public confidence in the judiciary, addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary, reintroduction of electronic case management system, appointment of judges and judicial independence, curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment, judicial reforms and institution of development, propriety of proceedings with the vetting process, case management and judicial administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for the appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament duly examined the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence a very deep knowledge of the law and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before vetting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision, the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee Justice Paul Bafo-Boni was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belts will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders will conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes. And the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers. Honorable Anthony Imia and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Imia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the back bench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship we yielded to Honorable Anyimedu to start
his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him. And then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes. And then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any change.
Honorable members, I've been told that the order they want to contribute to the debate is to go by the numbers that they have presented to me, starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyimedu Kwame Entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker had told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude. Before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we were going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, among the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land. And if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But, Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member.
Honorable member,
occupy that seat.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected the chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that
Honorable
we say
member,
that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please. You are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious
Honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that this Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to edge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this we see this practice. This is very serious. That the executive is controlling Parliament and Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive...
Honorable member.
The executive...
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, what I mean by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the house?
Honorable members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debates, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So that's the end of proceedings. Just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the House here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking, one can gag the person, I take note.
Please,
Mr. Speaker,
Please, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, it will get to other people.
Don't mislead the public. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. We do not say gag the member, but you read the provision 115. Please, this is an opportunity for many to learn, and many of our citizens are listening to us. I want to read it carefully. 115. There shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So, as I preside here, I can question your freedom of speech applying the rules, but I cannot go out of Parliament to question it or go to court to question it. But here in session, that freedom is open to question or to impeachment. Please, the rules are clear even in our standing orders. Don't mislead the public. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling another arm of government. And in this case, the executive is controlling the judiciary. By this act, Mr. Speaker, the act of where there is the head of judiciary, that judiciary is removed, and that had not been exhausted. And these matters are pending before various courts. The 7 cases that are pending, Mr. Speaker, I can go ahead and then mention it. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things.
Please, I've taken note. I've taken note of your time. The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note of your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3, 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, is controlling the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, for a member a member to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution. And the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honorable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honorable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. Next time, I will not do so. Honorable members, please, let me repeat. The member expressed his opinion, and in expressing his opinion, he never used any offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on the executive or any other person. So he's entitled to express his opinion. Once he hasn't used any such word, I think he's in order and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my protection, for your protection. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are various cases pending before the courts. There is a matter of the, and Mr. Speaker, if I may make a small reference. There is this case of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono versus Article 146.
Honorable member,
Committee.
please, Honorable member, you can't take us back. I pronounce on this matter. Why? Honorable member, you know, please, minority leader, may you kindly allow the very competent honorable member to continue with his submissions. I am very observant, and I have watched you, and I've seen and even heard some of the things you are whispering to him. That is not allowed. Please, he is competent enough. I am very vigilant. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the respected Dominic Nito is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. He's, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again. Please. Mr. Speaker, I am, with respect, we are here. I am telling him that focus on the issues that are non-controversial. That's what I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you. Honorable, for records, I don't want to be misquoted. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in any event, I have a right to confer with my colleague to confer.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are facing your colleagues. You are facing your colleagues in the majority, and also the part of the public gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nitu kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable Minority Leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, Honorable Member, just go on with your submission.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court. Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari. The decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
Honorable Member,
those decisions,
please. No. You can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the primary facie case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the report that, and we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted, that is...
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up. And honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that is numbered, and therefore, from the majority side, they started with the backbenchers, and the first backbencher is Honorable Zuwera Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Guaso, in today Ahafo region, Guaso, his lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced that he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work.
Yes.
It was not in question.
Yes.
Her capabilities were never in question. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave one. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.A. Fuseni, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of Her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, the mention of the former Chief Justice Tokono is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted before us.
He's attacking
the personality of Chief Justice. It's not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable, please, honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. I know her very well. Then she proceeded to Justice Sophia Akufu. She was in practice, private practice, when I was also practicing. So I know her very well. Now she proceeded to Justice Tokono. She is far behind me, so when I was in flight, she was not available. She was saying what happened. Please, she was. Honorable members, please, I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the appointments committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the appointments committee, and she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice. And now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokono. To the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B.F. Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday and said that in his opinion, the most important question that was asked that day was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point in order that I can dovetail effectively into my next point. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr.
please.
Speaker,
Please. Honorable member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable A.B.A. Hussein. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation when she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic Nintini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you want to say adverse things about them, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, as you have done, you protect them. So I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I call on you to let them expunge that particular section so that it does not stay in the Hansard. The section, the point she just made in trying to give marks to somebody who is not here, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing, they should expunge it. Because if there's anything, the record is that she has been our Chief Justice before, and she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen. So they should expunge that portion from the Hansard.
Honourable member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by ABF Husseini, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
No, wait.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section she referred to the former the Chief Justice or Justice Tokonu's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, she should expunge it. That's all I'm saying.
Honourable member, I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice, and she mentioned 1. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable ABF Husseini was on Joy News Newsfile program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima, to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hansard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official reports, particularly the word fail. Now she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded, and so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it, should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo-Boni made very strong statements adverting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort. And hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo-Boni. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokono, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, my Lord. Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. And you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules
from our standing orders, particularly orders 103F, 1231, 217 Rule 2, as well as 216 Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue, and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F, be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, which is under content of speech, says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way, or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interests of the parties in the action. The combined effect of Order 103F and 1231, with a great deal of respect, is to prohibit reference to parliamentary proceedings that could prejudice cases before the court. But in this particular instance, that is exactly what has preceded events leading to today's report. I will not dwell from what
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Then again, if you move to Order 2172 and Order 2164, part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and two other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor, and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that, one, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up. and we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher. Because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes. And I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at. But other than that,
Honorable Member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the Appointments Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally plays at the committee level. And Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting, as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus, so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution, where the President is mandated, if there is petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointment Committee when we vetted him in 2008.
I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by... Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says, in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what we mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is the challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Al-Hassan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes,
Speaker,
please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority. And as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samir Oku. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the least. No, that's the least.
Well, that is what I have here. But when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before. But what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes. But in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
With respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will.
So Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. Mr. Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafuboni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. So, Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. So, Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafuboni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honorable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafuboni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafuboni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honorable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honorable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold a view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just like with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honorable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honorable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honorable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honorable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honorable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honorable Anyumedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record, so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the 3 branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of committee, and I'm talking about committee as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the 3 branches of government. What does committee mean? Committee, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He's been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for a vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him, and the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a Justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver a justice
to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own, judiciary. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from our office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no, legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this, listen to this. If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that that is a high crime.
Honorable Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court, there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So Leonard Attorney General.
Minority Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you.
Very well. Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a house of record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable Member, please, I was trying to get the second Deputy Speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back, and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
All right, and so these have been proceedings from Parliament House inside the chamber, where members of Parliament have been deliberating on the report of the Appointments Committee as has been presented by the committee for the approval of Justice Paul Bafuboni as the Chief Justice. Just a while ago, there was that debate, an argument as was being advanced by the Attorney General, who also doubles as the Member of Parliament for Bolgatanga East, Dr. Dominic Ayini. And one thing striking that he said, which drew the intervention of the Speaker, was to the fact that the minority should know if the Supreme Court sits on the case of Gertrude Tokonu and decides in her favor, the President would obey that decision of the Supreme Court. And quickly, that elicited the rebuttal or intervention or response by the minority leader, who also advanced the case that indeed, if anything, he wants to put it on record that the Attorney General has over the period failed to file a response in the case of Gertrude Tokonu, and makes the case that for the AG to have sought the leave of the court to file for an extension means that he has not dealt with the matter seriously as he should, and has exhibited bad faith in the matter. And indeed, over the period, what has been the case of the minority is that the AG has not shown good faith in dealing with this matter. But there again, what the Speaker has been saying consistently, and per what the standing orders say, because the issue is before the court and not one that is seized with Parliament or Parliament is seized with, members must, as much as possible, endeavor to abstain from running commentary on those issues. That has been the bone of contention over the period, also because you do not have those members in question here to answer to questions or seek to explain themselves or their side of the story. So that has been the situation over the period. That has been what members have been deliberating on. The Speaker has requested a 5-minute break, but I have with me Alfred Okanse to also pick his own thoughts of all that has been happening in the chamber. But right now, members of Parliament, and as it were, continue to fraternize. Alfred, you've observed proceedings over the period and seen all the arguments that have been advanced from both sides. What are your picks so far?
Well, I can tell you for a fact that we're in for a very long day. The Speaker has been very firm in his timing, especially. What in my view has led to the prolonged submissions is his own interventions, and also allowing the interventions from some other members of Parliament. So, for instance, when the Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayini, was speaking, you heard him admit the Minority Leader, Alexander Penyoma-King, to also make a statement because the Attorney General had mentioned his name while making his submission. So if that continues, maybe the 7 minutes, the 5 minutes that have been allotted, we'll see some extension, because the Speaker was quite clear in his when he put out the rules that if he allows an extension, or if there is some noise on the floor that distorts the submission of whoever is on the floor, he will take cognizance of those distractions and then adds additional time to the time of whoever is on the floor standing, and then actually also making a submission. So that's what I see. But then after the Attorney General, there's going to be now the other person from the minority who would who would make their submission. Then would hear from the various leaders.
Thank you. And so right about now, the Speaker of Parliament is back, which also means that proceedings are going to resume in earnest. And really, ordinarily, per the structure and order of the day, we should have been having the vetting by now, but we are not even done with the approval process for the Chief Justice nominee. What that also tells you is that it's going to be a long day, just like Alfredo Kansi had indicated earlier in that brief interaction I had with him. But once the Speaker is back, it means that we have to cross over to proceedings as live in the chamber. But we are still here. The House is considering the report from the appointment committee for the approval of the Chief Justice nominee, Paul Bafuboni. That is what is currently on the table. Members from both sides have been allotted time over the period to advance their argument for or against the approval of the CJ nominee. Let's now cross back to the floor, where we know that a member from the minority side, Alhassan Tampuli, MP for Gushegu, is going to begin to make his claim and his debate as well.
For giving me the opportunity to contribute to the report before this House. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to seek your guidance on paragraph 6.18 on page 27 of the report. And Mr. Speaker, based on your ruling and your interventions in the course of the reflections that have been shared by prior speakers, I would like to seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker. The committee says, for instance, and I quote, the committee raised concerns regarding the propriety of proceedings with the vetting process, given the pending legal suits challenging the removal of the former Chief Justice. In its response, the nominee affirmed that Parliament was acting fully within its constitutional mandate, emphasizing that the mere filing of a writ or an application for injunction does not automatically stay the performance of a constitutional duty unless a specific restraining order is issued by a court of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, it continues with the second, third, and fourth paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, with what we have here, and having regard to the fact that you have made your ruling, is it out of order if one continues to speak to this same report in accordance with the rules of this House? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your guidance.
Honourable Member, I made a ruling earlier on this matter, not today. In fact, it was a written ruling I delivered here on this matter. And I say none of you challenge that ruling. And that ruling remains the ruling of Mr. Speaker and is binding on the House. So we can no longer go back to it. I was talking about my act, not the act of the nominee.
Bafuboni, the nominee for the office of the Chief Justice, was appointed to the Court of Appeal by His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, at the time that he was being nominated or appointed to the Court of Appeal, there were High Court justices who had served in the High Court long before him, but President Kufuor found him suitable to be taken to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, after 2 years, even though Justice Paul Bafuboni met his seniors at the Court of Appeal, President Kufuor again found him suitable to take him to the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, largely we on this side of the divide are not opposed to the nomination of Justice Paul Bafuboni for any personal. Listen to me, Mr. Speaker. We are not opposed for any personal reasons.
We are opposed to his nomination based on principle of the pendency of matters by the Justice Takonu, which are still pending before courts. And we have taken this principled position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Paul Bafoboni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the framework of the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Ghana, in the exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of governments which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it continues in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, and probity and accountability. The principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, and Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, and respect for the fundamental human rights and freedom of our people. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental human rights of the people and access to justice, Mr. Speaker, embedded in that rule of law thing is the accessible and impartial justice. Mr. Speaker, we must be given usable opportunities when we think our rights have been violated to be able to vindicate our rights. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we must advert our minds to is that when there are pending matters, it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokono, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafoboni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honorable member, please. I don't know how many times I have to draw the attention of members to this matter. That is not what is before us. Finality of the rule of law is pronounced and is in the bosom of the courts. Legislative power, the power to make laws, is in our bosom. The Constitution added the power to approve, that is, give prior approval to nominees by His Excellency the President. And that is exactly what we are doing. As to whether our decision is the final rule of law, is for another body to determine. And so the proper venue, and I keep on emphasizing that, is not this house, it's the court. And so please, once you have the matters pending there,
the matters will continue to pen there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we are doing. We cannot be stopped. I have given my ruling on this, and you are bound by it. If you are not, you know the rule in our standing orders. You know what to do. If you are not satisfied with that, you also have the court to go and vindicate your rights. But so far as the matter before us is concerned, let's stick to that matter. Let's go on with that, and then later on you can proceed with whatever you want to do. But for me as Speaker, I preside. I don't judge. I preside. And I'll preside and make sure that what the rules say should happen will happen. At the end of the day, the House will give you the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that, please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to refer this House to Article 1254 of the Constitution, where it says that the Chief Justice shall be subject to the Constitution as be the head of the judiciary and shall be responsible for the administration.
I told you about the timing. When there was an interjection, it stopped. It's automatic. It's not being controlled by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a Justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker,
the 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, and this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Agyekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicates that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court. He was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, you are ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please, may we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the Fast-Track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the Fast-Track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the Fast-Track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report exactly how it is captured in the report. Now, Mr. Speaker,
your ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honourable Member, your leader is on his feet. Okay. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honourable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honourable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honourable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, and the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable Member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side
that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transformed.
Honorable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on it. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman, has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before her ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold the view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. Two, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the Constitution of our Republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. Two, The fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold the view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No, Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Essabato Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this house is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this house is for posterity.
But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there's secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that
if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced. So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the NPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the NPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this, since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honorable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker, keep quiet. Whether, Mr. Speaker, there is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for.
So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. There's a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Nima Bako Nimba Bebre.
Interesting development right here inside the Chamber of Parliament. Right now, what you see or are witnessing is a head count currently ongoing upon the demand of the minority that the Speaker allows this to properly determine the approval of the Chief Justice nominee. I have with me my colleague Komla Kluche, who has been doing parliamentary reporting for years and better understands all that goes into this. And so I would engage him briefly. Komla, what does all of this mean when we say we are doing a head count? What is the significance? What difference does it make?
What it means is that once the Speaker puts a question, okay, the Speaker is about to.
All right. Okay, so the Speaker is asking members of Parliament to stop moving around and remain at their designated seat or seating area to allow the head count to continue smoothly. But I'll go back to Komla Kluche for some insight into this process.
The rules of the House does allow the Speaker to put the question when it comes to voice vote. And I mean, if he puts the question that as much as I are in favor should say yeah, and those against should say nay, it is at the discretion of the Speaker depending on the intensity of which side he hears as sounding the yea or nay the most. Now, the Speaker did put the question twice, meaning he wanted to be very convinced about it. And he became convinced and said he believes that the yes or the NDC side does have it. But once he is challenged, once they come under the provisions or the rules of the House and he is challenged to it, he is bound to comply by the challenge. And so it is not a difficulty seeing what is going on now. But the issue is that the minority leader did indicate that they were going to come on a secret vote. That is where my challenge is. Now it appears that in the application, the deputy whip did come on the head count. If it had been a secret vote, which we saw, in fact, we saw them bringing the ballot boxes in, and that indicated or confirmed the position of the minority leader when he said that it was going to be a secret vote. And so for the deputy whip to come in and says that it should be head count, then it beats my imagination. But be that as it may, it is the kind of application you put before the Speaker that matters. I was not surprised the majority leader was trying to convince the Speaker by indicating that it is at the discretion of him. He is supposed to admit it or otherwise. But the Speaker has already admitted it, and so I don't see the difficulty.
Exactly. And so right now, those who are against the motion are those on their feet, predominantly of the minority members who are also on their feet for the head count to happen in their case as well. But just as the majority leader had earlier indicated, everyone and even the Speaker from where he sits can easily see the numbers on his right and sees the numbers on his left. You cannot even say right or left because indeed looking at the current composition of the numbers, some members of the majority side are on the left side of the Speaker, and so left right wouldn't work, exactly as it should be, but that indication is to the effect that those on the left, outright left of the speaker, are those on the minority bench or the minority caucus who are currently on their feet to be counted. Let us also remind you that it is expected that right after this, there should be the budget reading by the finance minister. Already I see that the deputy finance minister, Thomas Yankwapim, is in the chamber already. We've heard members on the minority side ask, where is Ato? But we hope to see that also happens right after this one. And Speaker makes it clear that whoever is on the feet must be counted. It presupposes that even if there is a member on the majority side who is on his or her feet, that person must be counted. That is a directive.
It's very, very unlikely that that's going to happen. Looking at how it plays out before this, there was a whip, a three-line whip, and it's been right from day one. And so for you on the side of the majority, the NDC side, to define it has its own implications. You may have your own independent views, but with the kind of system we operate, it is very difficult. I think apart from PC Apiofori, whose stance we had in the past regarding the sale of Ghana Telecom, then that was where it had happened.
All right, thank you. All right, so we go back to the floor now.
The ayes have 163. The noes 69.
Yes, Honorable Habib. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526, and I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. You did. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the. Let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves, and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526, and that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the honourable member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I make my case. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were
were taking the vote. The Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together, because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies declared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted, just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, and on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Yes, I think I mentioned it to you before.
Speaker, with respect, The Honorable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153, which talks about clearing the dobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153 and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge. So he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153.
Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, is a member present? Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, use, come and use it. Man, so who there? So just speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
You walk them out. What else is what? What's it?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily honorable member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafuboni as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations. Yes, please, First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to thank the committee sincerely, particularly those who were present and vetted the nominee. I also want to thank the House, particularly those who were on their feet to be counted in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
Honorable members, please, I have a statement. It is actually what we call corrigentum. On 10th November 2025, I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a delegation from the Queen Mother's Foundation, led by their president, the Queen Mother of Kayira in the Ofinsu traditional area, Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu. Their well-intentioned visit afforded us the opportunity of discussing some proposed constitutional amendments, ways of empowering chiefs and queen mothers to protect the environment, stop illegal mining, and facilitate development. However, in communicating their visit to Parliament, I inadvertently referred to Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu as the president of the Queen Mothers Association and Queen Mother of Ofinsu. I wish to apologize to the Ofinsu Traditional Council and the Queen Mothers Association of Ghana for the regrettable error. Let me reiterate that Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu is the president of the Queen Mothers Foundation and not president of the Queen Mothers Association. She is also the Queen Mother of Kayira and not Queen Mother of Ofinsu. As a chief myself, I appreciate and respect traditional protocols
and will be the last person to disregard the authority vested in our chiefs and queen mothers. I always welcome every opportunity to meet traditional authorities to discuss ways of exalting their roles in governance and in making them the fulcrum of development in the country, particularly in their jurisdictions. With all humility, I say Kafra Kuse to our revered kings and chiefs, queens and queen mothers of the offensive traditional area. I thank you for your listenership. Honorable members, we will take one item and then take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the order paper, we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the order paper, we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is as item 13 on the order paper, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025. It's now got to the third reading. I have not received any request for us to be taken to a second consideration stage. So I want us to take it now before we go on the suspension. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that we had agreed that motion 15 on page 4 of today's order paper be taken. Mr. Speaker, I understand that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you could permit me to move the motion now before the Minister responsible for education will do the Scholarship Authority Bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy on my motion. It has been there for very long.
Please, I'll have to then suspend for 5 minutes. The House is sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
The news you have right now is that Parliament has approved Justice Paul Bafuboni as the new Chief Justice for the Republic of Ghana. Komla, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it was expected. Even at the point of the approval within the chamber, I knew, looking at the numbers, it was going to be virtually impossible. I mean, even on the face of it, looking at the numbers, there's absolutely no way. If all MPP MPs were here and all NDC MPs were here, and mind you, today is a day for budget, and so you can understand almost all the MPs are here. Looking at the numbers that voted, 163 as against 169. Even if, excuse me, 69. Even if you subtract the 69 from the 163, it still does not defeat it. And so when the MPP MPs were raising the matter, I knew, okay, well, probably even if the speaker could stretch it or would allow the stretch, it probably would mean that they were going to take out some other people, assuming the argument was that the Ashanti regional minister was in the chamber when the head count was going. Even if that was the case, and it was done again, the numbers will still not be able to. But I was surprised, like I was saying, that I mean, the minority leader hinted of a secret
ballot. And we saw the evidence of it, the ballot boxes that they brought in. Yes, it's a strategy that they can also play. I mean, it's a mind game within it. What it is that it's a mind game. But if you look at how the whip system works, it works to the extent that, you know, once you have some amount of intelligence on the ground, because I did some cross check from both sides and realized that they all knew each other's minds, and so they were prepared. The NDC MPs were prepared for it. So looking at it, I knew even if it goes for division, which for me, I mean, I must say it was a needless call. Looking at how it is today, is a day for budget. The budget was supposed to be read at 2 p.m. as advertised by the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. As we speak, it's just a quarter. Look, as we speak, it's just a quarter to 5 p.m. I am not in recent memory do I ever recall a minister coming to read budget and they are starting after 5 p.m. I really do not recall. As we speak, the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kasela Toforson, just walked in, and I'm just looking at it. But in one breath, well, some may also argue that they have whilst he's reading, he may catch the attention of people. Look, it's rush hour. People going home, they're tuning in their radios. Those who will be at home, they'll also be watching, stay glued on their TV. In one breath, communication-wise, it may be good for them. But probably, I mean, I do not see how we will have to, you know, stay all this long looking at the advertised time. But then again, at the end of the day, the minister responsible for finance has a responsibility to present the fiscal policy of the government for 2026 to the people of this country, and so that's exactly what we would await.
And Komla, I mean, along the way, as it all unfolded, you know, when the minority began making a case, from the minority leader himself calling for, you know, a secret balloting, and then the first deputy minority whip now calls for a head count. Now he comes back again to make the case that there should be a division, which is his right, though the speaker did not allow that. The expectation, as when you check across the socials and when you look at the commentaries being made, it was expected that they would likely walk out of proceedings or walk out on proceedings. That did not happen. Do you feel probably the minority side understands the situation we find ourselves in, that no matter what you do, there is going to be an approval regardless?
Definitely there will be an approval, but like I was saying a short while ago, it is a lot of games that goes on in this house. We've been around for longer, we know how it goes. And it's also all about mind game. And if you don't have an effective whip system, look, if the NDC MPs had taken it for granted that, oh, well, we have our numbers and today is a day for budget, and so our people automatically will be around. They've been struggling with the numbers, you know, in recent time. But if they had taken it for granted, trust me, they may be shocked, because if you do not have your numbers to be able to, the next thing probably would have done is that we don't even have the numbers to take a decision. If they don't have the numbers for quorum, they don't have the numbers to take a decision. These are two different things. The minority had all these tools available to them and they could have explored it. But looking at it, they satisfied themselves with whatever it was, decided to come up with a strategy like this. If the NDC MPs had not also intercepted the kind of strategy that the other side had and had their number, because when I cross-checked, my sources within me only told me that, well, we have our numbers, whatever should happen.
But I understand it. And I think the majority side has been doing a good job, really, from the vetting days when the majority leader decided that he was going to interject every single statement made by the minority leader, which is deemed to have breached the rules of procedure or the rules governing the proceedings. So it just looks as though over the last week, or this week in particular, they've really armed themselves to more or less guide or to be very vigilant by way of checking every action by the minority, isn't it?
It's one thing that has been read from two different sides. Yes, you had a majority leader who has really said he's going to be putting his colleague, the minority leader, in check. Did he breach any rules or not? Well, that's a different matter to say. But to the extent that he was vigilant enough that he was going to be pointing out all the flaws in everything that he made, it is a strategy he also deployed to deflate him. And you could see at the end of the day, he equally had achieved an aim. But mind you, the strategy the minority leader also had, he equally has achieved another aim, forcefully making the point that they do not have anything personal against Justice Bafo-Boni, but then the principles that they stand real, the principles that they are standing to, it's what they are firmly rooting up to, and that is to the extent that there are pending cases at the court, and they believe that for the rule of law to operate in this country, it must be respected. The precedence has been set in the past, and it has to be strictly adhered to. And so, left to me alone, I think that both sides have achieved what they wanted to. Look at, I mean, the minority has fought it all through, irrespective of whatsoever. We need to give thumbs up, so to speak, to the minority leader, Alexander Penyo-Martins, for sticking to his guns, because at the end he deployed every other arsenal. As we speak, I do not know which other strategies that he has, but as we speak now, approval has been done. Yes. Swearing in, I suppose this can even, well, for tonight I doubt, because it's going to be budget. It's not possible. It is likely the president may decide to swear him in tomorrow. Once the instrument, everything is done, and Parliament sends what is necessary to the president, the president can go ahead and do the swearing in, because there's absolutely no time. And so, yes, kudos to both sides. It's the democracy that we have, and we can only be proud of it.
Thank you, Komla. So that's me, my presidential affairs correspondent, and my colleague Komla Kluche. But indeed, it has been a very interesting one over the period, and very shortly, Alfred would also join me for his own takes. Alfred, if you may, also because you witnessed the arrival of the finance minister over the period as this was ongoing, the minority kept asking, where is Atto? Where is Atto? Atto is around. Now there is approval. Very soon, just as Komla indicates, the president will take action once this is transmitted to him to swear him in as the new Chief Justice. You know all the dynamics, all the debate that have surfaced so far. What are your picks and your expectation going into the budget itself as well?
Well, thank you. So indeed, yes, the finance minister has arrived, and as we do know, per the practice of the House, he is going to have a meeting with the Speaker and the leadership of both sides, and then also after that conclave, the Speaker will then proceed into the plenary, and then the business
took place in the Half region. We have had hundreds and even thousands of people who have been, whose houses have been invaded unawares. They have been taken away from the region to somewhere in Ashanti region, and such people did not have that right or luxury of time to even prepare for the travel or their movement to Ashanti region. I am by this calling on the Ghana Military Service to ensure that the rights of those individuals who were moved from Ahafo region to Ashanti under the operation to ensure that Galamsey activities do not happen are given proper and rightful treatment such that their rights will not be violated. What I also want to say is that we know certainly that amongst those who have been moved or who have been arrested, so to speak, today, are people who are certainly into the activity. But there are also other people who are innocent. Because of the manner of the operation, chances are that the military will get hold of individuals, some of whom are pregnant women, some of whom are younger people, whose parents may have been engaged in the activity, and they get to their houses and everybody in the house is carried away. I am not against the action by the military. I am not against the fact that we want to ensure that any illegal activity does not happen. What I am calling for is that we put a human face to some of these exercises, such that innocent people are not carried away together with people who are truly culpable. We have to do proper investigation before we embark on such activities, such that we can have a targeted approach and go for the people who are truly engaged in the activity, and not go under an operational soup to get other people who are innocent. If anybody is innocently, attacked in this manner, so to speak, attack in the parentheses, that person would have his or her rights violated one way or the other. And let's be mindful that most of these people who have been affected by this are breadwinners for their homes. Their main intention was to get up in the morning, go and labor, and get something for the household. They only in this activity accidentally. And I know that the military knows the right thing. And once investigations are done and they identify the innocent people, they will let them go. But we are only appealing to the Ghana Military Service that in further action or in any action of this nature in the future, they must ensure that they go for the right people and not boss even innocent people together with people who are truly culpable. We believe in the Ghana Military Service, and we believe that just as they have done in the past, they will do the right to the people of Ahafo this time around. We appreciate them once again and want to encourage them to do what they are doing for the good of this country. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very
Oh. Well, now you're still here on our continuing coverage of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. It's only minutes now when the finance minister will deliver that budget statement in Parliament. But breaking news in the last few minutes, Parliament has finally approved CJ nominee, Chief Justice nominee Paul Bafo Boni. We now look forward to the other constitutional processes that will take place for the country to have a new Chief Justice. Now, as we continue this coverage, we'll keep an eye on events happening in Parliament and bring you more interviews and conversations from there. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, let's bring you more from Parliament. Don't go away.
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Welcome back. This is TV3, and it's our continuing coverage of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. I'm Kemini Amano. In a tad, we'll head back to Parliament, where our team on the ground has been interacting with some MPs regarding activities that have taken place in the last 4 hours or so. We know that during this period, the Chief Justice nominee, Paul Bafo-Boni, was approved by Parliament, and we'll have a quick chat on that here in the studio and then hand over to a team on the ground. Joseph Akable is here with me. Joseph, usually you'd be on the screen, but we are not there yet. We'll get there.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I mean, but let's talk about the last 4 hours in Parliament. What has that been like? I mean, looking at the process leading to the approval, and then, some of the legal issues that have been raised, or maybe moral issues also that were raised during the debates there.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that it was expected, and the context within which all of this is happening is what we all saw play out at the Appointments Committee, when the committee was supposed to meet as a group and vet the nominated Chief Justice. We saw the minority lay down their concerns. The majority were clearly not going to back down. They made it quite obvious from the onset. The majority leader especially, he says he was going to checkmate every single sentence that the minority leader was going to utter to make sure that it confines, is within the rules of Parliament. And so that basically sets the stage for what we expected to be a challenge. And once that dragged and eventually the minority walked out, then we knew that it was going to come down to a vote. What we have seen happen in times past, and that is how come the political parties would always want to have the speaker on their side.
Right.
Because if the House is closely tied and you don't have a speaker who will be tough and strong to take the decisions when you need most, then they could potentially have called for the division where they would have to all get in and have them counted properly individually and all of that. If necessary, they may even go to the extent of the secret ballot, and all of that would have taken away the time. And the question that on the minds of many is, why did Parliament decide to schedule this matter as the first item of business today, knowing the controversy that we all knew was going to happen?
Right. I mean, that's a very fair question. I also note, how extra accommodating the speaker, is today or was in the last 4 hours of the demands of the minority. They're asking for this, he thinks about it and say, yes, we can do that. They raise an objection and then he agrees with them. For some reason, it's not new. I mean, the speaker has been fair in the seat, but the extra accommodation of that, I don't know if it was intended to wait for the finance minister.
I mean, I'm sure they would have had some form of discussions behind the scenes, but there would definitely have been points where they could not reach a common agreement, for which reason they would have decided to proceed in this particular manner. But I mean, the good news for many people who are doing the viewing now is that we know that we are getting closer to the budget being read now. That's the big item that was supposed to happen today. Congrats to the Chief Justice who has been approved. We know that the swearing in we expect to take place quite shortly for him to take office as Chief Justice.
What a day we are having. And it's barely over, because we expect, the budget statement also to be read. Maybe it will take another 2 hours for that to happen. Then brief statements from the opposite sides of the House, then the interviews and discussions that would take place. I want to take you now back to Parliament, where all the action would take place. Alfred Okansi is talking with former Education Minister, Dr. Yao Educhu.
I also want to say a budget.
Alfred here.
Oh, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good.
Wonderful.
Good.
How's the campaign going?
Going very well.
Wonderful.
We have to break for budget.
Indeed.
Yes.
And so what are expectations for the budget?
I'm yet to hear anything that is going to be told today. I'm expecting that we'll have a good budget, something that will help the country. It's as simple as that.
But you're passionate about education.
Of course.
And the government has indicated they're going to phase out the double track in the next couple of years.
Next couple of years, I like that. It used to be that they would do it in 120 days. Now it's the next couple of years. Reality sets in when you get into government. Thank you.
But also, thank you.
In Blay of the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasela Tuforsen. And to put it into perspective, this happened minutes ago, and there he is walking majestically.
There'll be a briefcase in there somewhere.
I'm waiting to see it. I've been looking out for it. But there he is, accosted by all the cameras, the bloggers, and the traditional media crew as well, as he, climbs those steps to the floor of Parliament or into the chamber of Parliament. But there he is. Oh, there's the briefcase. That suitcase that we were looking for. It's been very characteristic of our finance ministers to carry these. Then, also after the events in Parliament was Dr. Gideon Boako who addressed the press. We brought that to you live. We could take snippets of that just before we bring you live events from Parliament. Oh, we'll bring you that later. But Blake, there you have it. The finance minister finally makes his way there. I think that was around, it's about 5:28 now. So let's say about an hour ago, that's when we captured those images of him making his way to Parliament across the stairway and then into Parliament. Look at the way he's accosted the bloggers, traditional media crew, and then he does the signature. Take a look at my suitcase. Look. Yeah.
I mean, it has the budget in there. I mean, it's what many people are looking out for. And if you speak to those who are in the various government agencies, even the ministers of state, they will tell you that our biggest problems always comes down to money.
Right.
I mean, there's no problem in any ministry that you mention that they will not attribute it to funds that are not available. And we all know the state of the economy when this government took over, and we know what the story has been in the last couple of months. I mean, at the time they took over, we know that inflation was basically up in the roofs. We know that the exchange rate, the state of the currency, was also not doing well at all. We know that the IMF, in its most recent report on Ghana, has pointed out to the fact that there have been clear signs of stabilization. We've seen single-digit inflation basically going very down. And so all those are positive signs that they would want to hear. And mind you, this is what we can really refer to purely as a budget of the new government because of the transitional phase that we had from the latter part of last year and what was done at the initial part of this year. We are still under an IMF program, which will mean that still the budget that will be drawn up would have to fit within the program. But it still affords government the leeway and the opportunity that in the last couple of months, being under the IMF program and trying to hold their hands and stabilize the ship, to now decide what are the bold steps that the government would want to take now. And that is how come this budget is very crucial, because it gives us a sense of what John Dramani Mahame's government intends to do. And that is how come a lot of people are looking out for what the minister will be putting out. There are some major projects. We know that the big push, the infrastructure program, where the president has launched that. We also know that the agric program, the poultry aspect, the
absolutely. That was also launched.
I think it should be yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yesterday.
Yes. I mean, that was also put out there. And so all those are some of the programs. The 24-hour initiative, the 24-hour economy. Already we've seen some agencies begin that. I've used one of the DVLA offices around in that Denta area. They've also started that as well. But there is a broader plan that everyone wants to see how it fits in the overall economy and the economic plan of the government, and those are some of the blueprints that we expect this to lay out as well. And I mean, early on in the interview that Alfred had with Dr. Yawase Edichumi, he was making reference to the education sector as well. It's been very thorny the last couple of years. We know issues surrounding the free senior high school program and the access to key basic items. Feeding has been a big problem in the last couple of years. All those are aspects of the national life that this budget is expected to touch on.
And go back to that briefcase, because that bag will contain the direction the country goes going forward, and hopefully answer some of the questions and concerns you've raised in your commentary there. But let's go back to Parliament and bring you another quick chat with Inshieso MP, Dr. Stephen Amwa.
Last quarter 2024. And that was clearly illustrated in the budget, the last budget that Honorable Dr. Atuforsen presented in-house, because he stated emphatically all the primary macro indicators. So I think it's a matter of maintaining what they inherited and improve upon it. For consolidation, we actually move beyond consolidation. And I'm expecting that the fiscal space, which has been our headache, because being confronted with issues concerning debt sustainability, inadequate revenue generation domestically, and then our inability to fund national projects of importance. So they should look at the key elements of our fiscal space very well and work on them and make sure that they translate into regular job creation and economic stability.
And you talk about the key areas that you're spending enough. In sense that I have to audit the areas the previous administration left for me.
But that's not the first time. Almost every new government talks about these vetting projects and areas. When we won power, it was the same. Do you remember rules if you were in this country? So sometimes some of them, they are questionable when these statements are made. But the most important thing is we need to develop a sustainable ecosystem. We need to make sure that as a country, most of the things that have been confronting our fiscal space can be dealt with, comprehensive. So our economy can go and attain the new stability. That's what I can say for now.
And she also MP, Dr. Stephen Amwa, then a quick chat with our Alfred Okanse, who is with the team on the ground. And Blay, one of the things that the Ghanaian people will look forward to a lot today will be the city. While it's gained, notoriety now for its stability, right? It's gaining notoriety for a good thing. Yeah. We also want to have a bit of certainty, how long this is lasting. What else are we doing to ensure that it is not only lasting, but becomes a new norm for the Ghanaian city? And hopefully this 2026 budget will give us a good look at where we are going with our currency, when we are no longer with the IMF, when we are no longer getting as much as we are coming in from that program. But I was thinking this morning when I was prepping for the show that overall, how much did we get from the IMF?
About $3 billion.
$3 billion.
Yeah.
But we also know, based on figures that have been given from the central bank, the central bank, since the coming in of this administration, in this last quarter, tells us that they are putting in some 1.1 billion, into the economy. And then there is also previously in the second quarter, third quarter, they put in some 4-point-something billion of hard cash into the economy. We were able to do all that, and we allowed ourselves to still go. You get where I'm going?
I get you absolutely.
Right? It may be different governments.
Yes.
But it means that if we did things right.
Yes, but that is in fact that's the more reason why the plan going forward is very crucial. It's very crucial because we can just go a little back and just look at the situation, the 2015-2016 period. I mean, the same period again. We're just about to exit an IMF program and a new government took over. This time around, they've taken over. We are midway, sort of, and they are now continuing with it. The point being made is that we've gone to the IMF, last count, we're around 16, 17 times. I mean, so it's a familiar trend. The fact is that if you don't do your things well, and each time we've gone to the fund, the diagnosis has always been the same. They've talked about fiscal indiscipline. We are basically, particularly in election years, we are spending through the roof. More or less, a man who does not have enough money but just wants to get all the big things he wants just to create a certain impression. And that is the reason why we decided that we wanted to have the laws that will place a cap on the extent to which there will be deficits and all of that. But that notwithstanding, we've still come to the same point over and over again. And so the point that you make about the fact that we could do all these things, yet we didn't, and we've gone back.
Absolutely. And the other side for me will be that going to the IMF is also as much as it is about the money as it is about the credibility. And in the beginning of our coverage today, Michael Ogbodu from 3 Business had made the points that now that we are seeing that improvement, it leaves room for us to go back to the bond market, the foreign bond market. And the question will be, what will be our strategy going back? Because that is where the problem is. When we get all that money, we use it, but are not able to stabilize our currency or have it pay itself back. And then we have our foreign debt go all the way up. We are unable to pay and the likes. So, I mean, that's a really, really crucial point for me. But let's look at another set of people who use the foreign currency a lot. the traders, particularly those who import. One set of these importers will be the spare parts dealers.
Yes.
And this afternoon, we've been there with them. George Queenan is on standby for us. George, what's happening where you are?
In the matter of few hours, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasila Tuforsin, is expected in Parliament to present the national budget to Parliament. In accordance with the Public Financial Management Act, in accordance with that, the Finance Minister, who is acting on behalf of the President, is expected to present the national budget to Parliament not later than November 15th. So that's what exactly is going to take place. So we are here at Abusoka, and here the dealers here, most of the activities are dependent on the forex exchange and city stabilization. So they are really concerned about what exactly will be in that very budget.
I think he needs to still work on his status. As I was saying, that if he was to be a coach, he still needs to work on his status, because Ghanaians are expecting more from him. Because starting from the former president, the value is still the same as the current president, as we used to know as President John Dramani Mahama.
At least the dollar, there is some sort of city stabilization, or you don't see that?
For me, I can say that the Bank of Ghana, I can say they've injected dollars in the system.
Okay.
So meaning the system is not stable as we the Ghanaians are expecting. So that's why I was saying that the president and the finance minister, they need to work on the current system as the country.
Well, I apologize. We are unable to bring you the full extent of that video. We will as our coverage continues. There in your shot or on your screen at the moment is the finance minister, who's hurriedly going to that lectern to read the 2026 budget statement and economic policy by the NDC government. Let's take a listen.
Mr. Speaker, before I present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government, permit me to, on behalf of His Excellency the President, to express my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the Ghana Armed Forces enlistment tragedy yesterday at the military Air Works Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, words fail us at this time of deep grief. We can only pray for them to find God's comfort and peace in this difficult time. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansa Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the value for money bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. And finally, a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first. In the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme, Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, Over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real relief. Keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date and allocating $345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate (IPCs) and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices (BTs). Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrears and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrears and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrears and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the audit, Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honorable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanded money. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right Honorable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. Mr. Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOMS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about 20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. Mr. Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bills have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bond coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right, Honorable Speaker, all three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker, in November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. The Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Pulse oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. Mr. Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health, and social protection to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong, and confidence high. And that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ± 2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the central bank is doing a good job. Right Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience, and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. Mr. Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 plus or minus 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And Right Honourable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right Honourable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% plus or minus 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right Honourable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push infrastructure program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, Total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDAs. Right, Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push infrastructure program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. So, Speaker, on cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. Mr. Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. Mr. Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget This budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation and from promises to progress. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now outline the core policy measures, structural reforms, and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable, while safeguarding long-term stability. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system, to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of a modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of GetFund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promised to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting GET-FUN and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. Give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in recurrent values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated the VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. Mr. Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. Mr. Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion, and to create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Mr. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honourable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honourable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmark funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Mr. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. Mr. Speaker, we will rationalize earmark funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. Mr. Speaker, we will prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in the area of Big Push. Right Honourable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we will pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honourable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of Revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honourable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honourable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honourable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects, such as gas and power infrastructure. That would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reform follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build, and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honourable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right, Honorable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. Mr. Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. Mr. Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Mr. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion in new investment commitment. These includes a $2 billion United States dollar framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells and a $1.5 billion United States dollar memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right, Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydroelectronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. Mr. Speaker, government is launching the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will assess improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by Smallholder Support Fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor catabars, Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows, Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, and Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker, our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops, and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary
to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basics to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at the equivalent of $10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear: connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amanfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project. Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtre, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adeso, Isaman Kese, Achem Odan, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra mainline toll plaza and the Kumasi mainline toll plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads Program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, through the Big Push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity. One road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring full transparency and spread and speed, land transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. So, Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. So, Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and mineral wealth.